welcome. Waka waka ha, waka waka ha. But good morning, Kitsu. Hi. Good morning, Darkoon. What? Good morning. And then I got a WhatsApp message from my mom. All the timing. Anyways, good morning, everyone. Hello. I am a little tired because it's warm. Thank you so much, Kitsu, for the Betsu. Thank you, Dargun, for the orang. And yeah, good morning. I didn't know I was this low on energy, actually. Kind of funny how that works. I was going to fill out a spreadsheet while preparing for stream. I made the spreadsheet and then I didn't start filling it out. So I guess we're doing it live today. Because I realized that anyways, I realized that I should go look at what cars I want to modify first. And see if it's possible. Kind of thing. And I already modified some cars. This car is, for example, impossible because it doesn't meet the regulations, but this one is, and this one is. For some reason, the McLaren F1 car is possible to get tuned. I don't know. We have a lot of cars to choose from. Like, way too many. And some of which I don't even know if I can tune them properly. So I will go down the list of things to modify. I'm pretty sure I can get every single car in this sorted out for what I want to do. The Hyundai will probably be the most... Well, the Hyundai is probably the most difficult to do, so let's see how easy we can do it. Yeah, so we're just getting started right away. Every car, effectively, the steering adapter apparently doesn't do anything, but sometimes it can help, so good to get. Getting the gearbox is good for every car because then I can customize the gearing. If I get a turbocharger, that can be good on certain cars, but not on this one. Power restrictor so that I can get it in the window. Sometimes ballast is needed. And yeah. I'm just getting straight into it because I just... my brain is just kind of unsure what to talk about because there's not much going on right now. So you use the power restrictor to get the power down, which gets this car in the window. Downforce is a trick that can allow you to get it in the window as well. You can see the performance points on the left side over here. You can see what it was before, and now with the modifications made, it gets it under that 800 threshold. I struggle with suspension because I like a pointy nose with a high angle, so I usually max out the rear height and the low height lower as low as possible because no high frame rate. Anyways, hi Akamir. I usually have just a strategy of go max out the rear end and minimize the front end even because I don't know how to modify cars well, so I use a baseline setup and then tend to adjust it from there. With the gearbox, I don't know what the ideal gear ratio is, so I tend to not mess with that until later. The initial torque, I struggle with these cars that have a 4-wheel drive because I'm used to only modifying cars with rear-wheel drive at this point, so no idea what to put in here. And this should just work, actually. If it does, then yeah. Durgooner. Arsenal reference is Gunner. Also, I forgot to change the rear bias. Oh well. But this car doesn't have a turbocharger. Has really good brakes. Really good cornering. The second gear is and they are known as the Gunners. So that means that someone turned the Gunners into the Gooners. That makes sense. I used to be an Arsenal fan back in the day. Yes, affectionate is not... That's since very early. I didn't know it's been that long, Jesus. So something... right, that's what I need to write down. For the document. Because we have this general setup. We have... And yes, I know Lord Bednar. So we have the minimum gearing sorted out now. And my head is slightly in the way of the thingy, so let's remove myself there. Be better. But this car is very stable. I need to know what the top gear needs to be at. Oh, 50. I'm not even reaching max speed in 50 gear. Cool. That's a small problem. And this car requires slight short shifts to be able to fuel manage. Crude first. Stint, okay. Oh god, hi. Do we get max speed in this? Okay, cool. So 5th gear is what 6th gear should be. Cool. Welcome to tuning in Gran Turismo. You spent a fuck ton of time just figuring out what the fuck to do. It needs to be slightly longer, and then 5th gear goes to... needs to be closer to 6th gear. Ideally. This should be the ideal setup. Their goon should go to his local gooner branch. Well, you can't say that. I guess you just did, still. So,
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Don't forget to stretch!
Hello. Let me look at that.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hüpfe auf den Bauch, denn ich hab Übergewicht. Könnt weniger essen, aber Lust hab ich nicht. Egal was es gibt, ich esse jedes Gericht. Ich glaube nicht an das, was ne Diät mir verspricht. Ich bleib fett.
Oh, es macht fett. Anyways, yeah, the Arsenal has a lot of fans around the world. What's free? We need more chippy? You know, the thing that goes on sale next week? And that we put on the grocery list because of it? Also, good morning. Hello. Oh yeah, I love getting blocked in! You're a fast corner! Overtaking the AI is like the biggest annoyance in this game. Also, I have a display now that's on my tablet that shows me some extra information about my car and tires and that kind of thing. Unfortunately, I cannot broadcast that, but it shows me the tire temperature, my brake and acceleration input, and I would like to put that on screen at some point because it would be cool to see, have people be able to see how I approach corners and whatnot. But no idea how to broadcast that yet, so we'll figure that out as we later. I have like a display that shows my position, lap time, laps remaining, tire temperature, throttle and brake input. There's a track map that doesn't work sometimes, funnily enough. Like right now it's not working. There is how much fuel I have left, how much fuel I used last lap. Just useful information, which I would like to share, but I can't because it's a mobile app. Maybe one day though, I can figure out how to do that. That's more in line with how much fuel I should use every lap. Still need to short shift a bit more. Oh, Death Defiance additional level is gonna be so helpful for you, Akemir. Because those two fucking suck. To be fair, there's not really many builds that are good for them, I've noticed. They're just kind of annoying regardless. There's a strategy to use that makes it significantly easier, but I don't want to, like, give you advice unless you ask for it, basically. So if you want, like, hey, this is a good way to handle them, feel free to ask. I'm not gonna give unsolicited advice, obviously. Oh yeah, hiding behind cover for that stupid spear is so important because dodging it is a lot harder. I noticed that as well. In general, I don't like people just giving tips, so I'm not just gonna give tips unless I know someone wants the help. It's still wild to me that it took me 14 runs to originally beat the game, to get a complete run, basically, in Hades. And since then I've only died twice, like full-on died. And once was because of the blue screen issue and I started mid-run the next time around, so I was completely out of rhythm. Yeah, and Akemir, from what I hear from most people, that's kind of the... You're doing pretty well. Still, as like the average experience. I just had, like... I don't know what it is about Hades, but it seems like I picked up the game really quickly. And I just have a tendency to be good at those types of games. Don't make me play Dark Souls, then you can... Well, I actually should play Dark Souls or Bloodborne or something at some point. Because I realized that that could be like the perfect game to show how much of a human I actually am. So I picked up Binding of Isaac and I beat Mom the first fucking try. It's like, what? I'm good at picking up those games, Jeffrey. I mean, I am a tough love kind of person, so that makes sense then. Yeah, actually. I'm not I'm very willing to yell at people for being stupid. Oh, Dargoon, did you ever successfully return the package for the CPU? Good. Did you get your money back already, or is it still being processed? Well, this car sounds so electric, but it has 0 electrical power. Funny. One moment of paradise. Oh god, washed white right into the wall. Ow. Car is slightly damaged. Oopsie. That happens sometimes. I'm not exactly being the most focused today. You can see the damage in the bottom left. You can see the blinking red. Good morning, Awawa. And let the smooth operator. Smooth operator. This is a smooth operation. This car is like ideal for this actually. Okay, it takes a bit for the refund. That makes sense. I just was curious, and it's good. I do appreciate places that have like no questions asked return policies. They're so goated. And then the smooth operator. Smooth operator. Oh, hit that curb. Do not hit that curb. Can I just say that sleeping in 26 Celsius is like horrendous and I hate it? Like, it's too warm. No, it is torture, and it's also my reality for the next few weeks, by the looks of it. Weather doesn't seem to be cooling off anytime soon. We're going for a full fuel tank to have a look-see. It's gonna be 37 Celsius, 38 Celsius later in the week as well. Which, like, please don't. Because I live in the area where the local temperature tends to be higher than the expected temperature. And it's not nice. I went to the coast yesterday because it's just a lot cooler there. Like, it was like 8 Celsius cooler at the coast than it was where I live yesterday. But when it's gonna be 37 here, at the coast it's gonna be 35. Because we're gonna have wind coming from Germany, inland wind, so all the hot air is coming from inland and we don't get any of the cold air from the sea. So it's just gonna be really toasty. Toasty, toasty, toasty. Yeah, that makes sense, Akemir. Sounds like a nice little vacation, though. When I was younger, my parents would rent out a villa, as they call it. They're like the Spanish houses with like their own swimming pool and stuff. And they're very nice to rent out in the summer. So we would go for 2 or 3 weeks every year. Drove from the Netherlands all the way down to Spain and just stayed there for 2 to 3 weeks. And that was our summer vacation. And then it was right on the coast, so we could get down to the beach easily. We could just swim in the swimming pool at the place we were renting out. We had a stove and stuff, so we just got to make our own food, but there were plenty of local restaurants as well. And I think the funniest thing is, like, so we have this nice villa we're renting out. The villa costs about the same money that people were spending on the camping to rent a camping spot, and I'm like, I'd way rather be in my own little private space that also is insulated because it has those nice stone walls that Spanish houses have, over being in a fucking tent or caravan and then having to share the shower, share the toilets, and share the swimming pool with everyone. And then just, like, Dutch people are stupid when it comes to camping, honestly. They are willing to pay so much money just to be miserable. But they like it because they like being outside, I guess. So, power to them. I wouldn't do it. I find with sharing in like a resort or a hotel, right? So like you get your own room, your own shower and bathroom and that kind of thing, but shared swimming pool, that's fine. I mean, sharing a beach is nothing different than sharing a swimming pool. But if you have to share literally everything, no thank you. Hello, Dot. Nice streak you got there. Thank you, Meaty, for the follow. Oh no. That's illegal. Oh no, time to ban Dud for saying that. You have given me the thought of maybe I should just put that in auto mod so that anyone who tries to say that gets auto modded. But I don't actually hate people in the MLP fandom, so I'm not gonna be doing that, but it is a funny thought. Oh boy, that corner is so fast! What's reference in past you? Come here, every pony? Oh, it's a My Little Pony reference. Because instead of saying hello everyone, they say hello every pony. And so in the MLP fandom, they like saying every pony because everyone has pony sonas. And then I'm just sitting there as a dog. Yes, I used to share spaces with people in the MLP fandom. Fucking fight me. I wasn't an MLP person myself, I just had a community I was part of with a lot of crossover, so... But the thing is that MLP is so different from anything to do with horses, which is what makes it kind of unique fandom-wise, compared to furry horses. Also, lap times are pretty consistent in this car. They don't fuck with the corners. It's always funny when there's furries or MLP people showing up in random shows. Oh god, no! No barrier. Don't kiss Barry R. Yeah, I know about the pit. It's very funny. That there was Entercom reference, but it also makes sense. Also, the pit actually has doctors on staff that actually help with the riding to make sure it's medically accurate, which I really respect. One of the influencers I follow, Dr. Mike, is involved with the pit. It's kind of funny how the pit is the most accurate show when it comes to medical stuff. The second most accurate show is is Scrubs of all fucking shows. Like, the comedy show, Scrubs, is more accurate than actual medical shows. Like, how? Only the pit is better. Also, I'm gonna run out of fuel. Oopsie. There we go. So, the Hyundai N25 Vision GT did a 24:26 796. Cool. There we go. I don't know if that's a production year because weird car. Let's see car. There we go. Yeah, 2025. Okay. Anyways, I needed to put down some car names, so I should do that now before I forget. I'm very good at forgetting things sometimes. So, not their category. There we go. Group 1. And then, do not sort by country. Sort, year. Sort by year. Fuck it. So we got the Porsche 962 from, and then 9
lizard, 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 lizard,
Limzard.
lizard.
We got the Jaguar XJR9, also from 1988. We have the Mercedes Sauber Mercedes C9 from 1989. That's why are you awake? You are correct. So this is what I'm filling out right now. We're talking about filling this out. There you go. Hint message. So I'm just going through the list. That we have the 787B, then there's the Nissan R92CP, which is from surprising that year. And then we have the how the fuck do you spell Peugeot? Eh? How do you spell Peugeot? It's Peugeot. Hoggers. Peugeot. I mean, effectively, that's what they are, yeah. Peugeot. The 908 HDI FAP. FAP. 2010 Group 1 car. And there is the Audi R18 TDI from 2011. And there is the Toyota TS30 Hybrid from 2020, from 2012. ISL. Is there any additional info I should add here, actually? Because we have the year. I don't care about drivetrain. The category I like to have in there, because it differentiates things. Then the country is not relevant. Performance points is also not relevant because they're all regulated by the same thing, effectively. I swear to God I'm missing something. I could do drivetrain maybe. But I got to set up the... Whatever. The Mazda LM55 VGT from 2014. That's not how you spell 2014. And then there's the Bugatti VGT. I just love using their name twice, huh? Oh, right. There is. So this is important. This is a Group 1. And this is a Group 1 because there is a different version of these cars available in the game. Spreadsheet time. And then there's the Nissan GT RLM Nismo from 2015 again. The Audi R18. Not the TDI, R18, just that. From 2016. Then there is the Porsche 919 Hybrid, also from 2016. Then there is the Toyota TS50 Hybrid, this time with a dash, because dash is important, I guess, from 2016. Then there is the McLaren VGT GR1 from 2017. And then there's the Peugeot L750R Hybrid VGT. As the hybrid. Hi. Hello. How are you? And then there's the Toyota GR10 Hybrid from 2021. And then there's the Ferrari, the Le Mans meaning Ferrari. I probably misspelled Ferrari, oh well. 2023. And then there's the... Did you really name your Porsche the same thing? No. Huh. The Porsche 963 2024. And that makes sense, Dargoon. I figured I should have it up at the very least while I'm doing this. Because otherwise you guys are just looking at cars instead of then I can show me filling out a spreadsheet. You know, 2025. And then there's the BMW M Hybrid V8 2025. Group 1, and then there's the Hyundai we already have, but that's... Oh. The name is the Hyundai... Yeah, there you go. It includes the fucking Hyundai name once again. Cool. So that's the group 1 cars, all of them. And then we will have to drive around a bunch of things. There's a lot to do, basically, there. And then we have the setup window to figure out at some point. And, yeah. So let me go back to there and there. So yeah, all these cars require a setup. Some of which I have already done, some of which I don't. All these cars are also able to be set up for this. These cars I don't know, so that's something to figure out. And then there's also some other cars that I can figure out if we can turn them into big enough beasts, basically, to do something. As I'm on a fucking van. I kind of want to try to modify a road car now. So let's see, performance points. Let's go here and then go to road car. Wait. Does that exist in this game, actually? Manufacturer? It's not a road car that I'm thinking of. I don't know the alphabet sometimes, sorry. Ferrari. Did I spell Ferrari correct? I did spell Ferrari correct. Cool. So I was thinking that the FXX should be able to be modified in such a way to be able to meet the requirements. Because the FXX is a very good supercar. It just might not perform well in the situation I'm looking at right now. Also, I should put better brakes on this thing. Ceramic brakes. A new body costs that much. Jesus Christ, money. Customizable race transmission. Brake balance control. I have a requirement that everything needs to be on the medium tires. Why? I don't know. I've set that restriction for myself because it seems interesting. I can't turbocharge it, it's just naturally aspirated. It's not lucky that I have a lot of in-game money. I worked for that shit. There's no luck involved. Wait. Huh? Putting custom wheels on it doesn't make a difference, okay. It's slightly underrated, so I don't think this is gonna work. We can give it a try anyways. I actually kind of... So I have kind of a requirement set for myself that I also always should use the medium tires. But I also realized that that might not be a requirement for road cars, because road cars do kind of suck ass in general, so having some additional grip is not a terrible idea. I don't know how to set this up, so max out roll bar, I guess, and then we will see how it behaves. Power restrictor on it, so that we can get under the mount, and I don't know what the max speed of this thing is gonna be. But yeah, now you guys get to see the process of like how to modify cars in this game if you want to be good about it. And this car is not feasible, notice. It uses too much fuel. Which is a problem that most road cars seem to have in this game. They use so much fuel. Because they're not engines designed to rev high constantly. Did I already modify everything on this car? And brake balance. Did I customize the... I've customized everything on this car already. Fucking Christ. Well, let's give this a try, see... Is this the correct... No, this is not the correct car to drive because I don't have this written down yet. So I need to write this down real quick. The Mercedes SLK LM from 1998, which is classed as a Group 2 car in this game, if I recall correctly. Yeah, Group 2. So let's see how this car performs. It's requiring short shifting because it seems like the fuel is not... It's very fuel hungry if I rev it too high. It's also very spin happy. Jesus. It's really good on the brakes. Oh dear Lord! Rev! struggling on the brakes some. Okay, so I can't brake that late. I thought I could brake that late, I can't. So it seems like I need to rev it up to about 8,000 to have the correct fuel efficiency. And also coming out of this corner, you get so much torque even in second gear. There's no reason to switch then to first gear. Oh no! Gonna block me. Oh well. Oh, fuck! King Aston Martin, get out of my way! Apparently I'm coming across people in like the worst possible locations, so that's fun. Oh god, it's struggling through that corner, it doesn't have the max grip. That was revving at 8,000 and I'm using slightly too much fuel still. I need to short shift a bit more aggressively. Yes, Aurora, I do the new. I want to have a look at what it says. Thank you, Kira, for the resub. I just need to check what it actually said because brain does not compute message. There we go. Thank you so much for the... Well, my brain. Thank you so much for the resub. 4 months. Beavis. It feels so wild how long I've already been going. It feels like so little time. It's already been 4 months and I really appreciate you guys' support. Like, holy frick. Wait, Mau Mau? I don't think I know that character, come to think of it. I feel stupid. I probably know the character, I just am terrible with names. I see. That's one of the shows I really wanted to watch, but just haven't gotten to yet, actually. There's so many things I want to watch and never enough time to watch anything. I really should start just putting time aside. Like, Free and I tend to watch documentaries during dinner, for example. And we were like, oh, we should just start watching shows during dinner instead, because then we get to go through our backlog And then we never ended up actually doing it because we're stupid. Need to go continue watching SAS Rogue Heroes and Fallout. No, we prefer watching the shows, but we go with the easier option that's like just open YouTube. Which is not a good thing. We should make a more conscious effort of what we actually want to do. Like, if we make the conscious decision of like, let's watch documentaries, that's fine. But we need to not make the subconscious decision of just going with the easy option, basically. Also, this car, I've been revving this car so low, and it keeps setting new fastest laps. That's definitely not going to be a fast lap. Oh. And I wonder if this car might be better in the lower power bands instead of the higher. I don't even know what I did with this car in terms of tuning. I should look into it. Well, I know what I did with it to some extent, but not the full extent. I put a turbocharger on it at some point. What turbocharger? I have no clue if it... Or it could... Yeah, it's not a stock turbo, I don't think. Yeah, this is the race, by the way, that makes the most money per hour in Gran Turismo, which is why I use it as a benchmark for the cars. Because it's a good way to figure out, hey, how good does it perform here? And then I get to also test them out at different tracks with Spa and the Nordschleifen, because the Nürburgring is my favorite challenge with cars. This car feels a little understeery. Yeah, it's not the most ideal car. It's washing wide a lot. Just not hooking into the corners. On throttle, I have a good throttle response and I can turn it in, so... I wonder how I could improve this tune. They're setting some of the better lap times for cars inside of this category. A 1:33 lap time is faster than the car I just drove earlier. The thing I really want to try to see is also something I don't know about this car that I need to figure out is where is its happy zone when it comes to revving. What's the ideal moment to shift into a higher gear? God, it definitely doesn't like trill braking. It likes braking into a straight line. It's really struggling with the front tires gripping up if I'm trying to turn while braking. Which to a normal person might sound logical. Like, yeah, don't turn and brake at the same time, but with most race cars, you want to turn and brake at the same time because you're faster. But because you're sharing the limited traction across everything, for using your tire to turn. Yeah, there you go. I locked up my front tire there. Oh, for fuck's sake! That was a really bad lap. Oh well. So this car just wants to brake in a straight line and then you can trail brake into the corner. You can't trail brake early, which is my driving style, so this car doesn't suit my driving style that much, but oh well. And then we're going to try to see what happens if I rev it out fully. And I already finished one of my drinks. Hydration. Oh my god. It's so warm. Hydration important. Very important. Oh, the track map is working this time. Good. Enjoy the lasagna. Lasagna. I have spaghetti and meatballs tonight. That's gonna be tasty. Let's see how much fuel I use if I go rev it out completely. It's definitely very fast, Jesus Christ. Oh god, almost lost it there. Jesus! The turbo lag is insane on this car. The braking performance is so much worse when I rev it out because I actually have way more speed. It's insane actually how much more speed I have. But it definitely likes to be revved out. It's also using a fuck ton more fuel because of it. Like, it's using about 50, almost 50% more fuel than driving it this way. I'm like, wait a second, that calculation sounds wrong. But instead of it using 12% of the fuel per lap, it's using 17.5%, which is an increase of about 5, so not quite. But I can rev this as low as using 11. Yeah, that's insanely fast. Turbo's trying to kill me. Jesus. The tires are at least nice and warm now. Oh, don't kiss Barry. Oh! I do need to start shifting shorter now because otherwise I'm gonna run out of fuel before we run out of the race. Yeah, that's using a lot more fuel, that's not ideal. This brings us some really good lap times though. There we go. Horrible noise all of a sudden. What the fuck? That car wants to kill me. Oh, oh. I'm feeling so tired all of a sudden. Epic dog. Ran out of fuel right before the line again. But hey, doesn't matter. If you make it to the finish line. Haha. Okay, so here we go. The SLK has a 2411. That is better than the Hyundai did. That okay. Okay. Good morning, Dave. Hello, Dave. I actually want to see how quickly this car is around this, because can we flat out through over and breading on like this? No, we can't. Ah. Kept it on the ball, on the curbs though, so. It does not work here. Oh god. It's slightly too understeery for those corners. I can turn on penalties so I can actually see when I go over the line. That's good to know. Never really done time trials before, so yeah. At least not seriously. I also never checked the dealership today, so I should check the dealerships. Ja, just car dealership. There's Twingos for sale. I own every car in the dealership. Boggers. Do I own anything in the legendary car dealership? Well, aren't you nice, huh? Oh. A 330 P4. Hold up. You have inspired me, game! Let's see, if I go to Hawaii. There you are. Excuse me? But the I found my next car to modify. Oh, white wheels give slightly higher performance rating. Interesting. I mean, more tire means more grip. I would have told. Huh? No. I'm like, wait, can you do an engine swap? No, thank fuck not. But we can do some other things, like we can put titanium rods on here. Increases power. And we can get that so it can turn a little bit. Oh my god, that's expensive. Anyways, we can stroke up the engine a little, and then we can put this wonderful thing called a turbocharger on it. Racing crankshaft, intercooler, fully customizable gearbox, better tires. How close can we get that to body rigidity is probably nice. Huh, and it says that the medium turbocharger is going to be more effective than huh. I forgot to check the fucking turbocharger for the fucking other car. Oh well. But I don't think I can get the rating high enough for this one. No, nowhere close, even though we installed everything. Interesting. Interesting. So, this car. I wanted to see. Yeah, that's the highest. Okay. There's so many cars that are kind of weird in this game that don't fit in any category. Oh, it's called it's the Isle of Man Subaru. If you know, you know. It did something insane. I can LS swap a fucking... Sure, why not? Let's LS swap the Subaru. I'm feeling spicy today. What the fuck? Who decided that you can LS swap a Super? I guess it makes sense that you can LS swap a Subaru, but also, Customizable gearbox reduces its rating? Huh. Intriguing. Really intriguing. I don't think we can get the rating good enough to have it within the window of what I wanted to do, but I'm still somewhat curious what I can do with this, regardless. Because it's gonna be kind of insane. How quick is this thing gonna be? I can't imagine it being super quick, but... it's very fuel inefficient. Figured as much. Okay. Oh, cool. Good to know that that car exists. Whatever. Welcome to the average experience of me doing Gran Turismo things. Of like, yes, I wonder what works. Like I edited this fucking Porsche Doodle. This has a fucking Bugatti engine in it. The Pagani is very fuel inefficient. So specifically, I want to go look at race cars. The Escadu, I don't know how to fucking do that. This is fuel inefficient as fuck. The IDR doesn't have any fuel efficiency because it's an electric battery, so it doesn't function. The Red Bull Junior, I could probably get in the window. Oh dear lord, all these old... There's all the rally cars as well. And then there's the Group 3s. Which some of these I might be able to get in the window, but I don't know how. I think I would need to supercharge them or turbocharge them. And then the Group 2 cars, the Super GT cars and the DTM car are very easy to get in the window. Group 1 cars are also very easy to get in the window. I actually need to check something now. Can I turbocharge you? Can I be stupid about this? I am capable of stupidity, no. Huh. I don't think it comes anywhere close in the window. So I will have to try these with soft tires. With the customizable thingy. Steering adapter. The steering adapter is for drifting, but it also helps you save spin, so it's nice to have. And then a turbocharger. I don't need the power structure. This comes very close to the window. The only thing is that I probably will have to do a 2-stop instead of a 1-stop, but could be an interesting thing to try. And give it more downforce too. Yeah, I can get this in the window. The only thing is I don't know how to do the gearing in this car. So that's something that I will have to fuck around with, basically. Okay, then I think this probably is gonna work the best for now, and I can always adjust it later. Let's see how unfuel efficient this thing is, because it's probably not gonna be at all efficient. Sounds nice. First gear should be as long as what second gear is right now. Go up. Okay, that's insane. That car is all over the place. I did not deal with the torque. I need less torque. That was fucking crazy. The rear end was really unstable for some reason. As well. Which means that I'm gonna adjust this a little bit. Gearing. First gear. So 324, okay. So I need this first gear to be way longer, which is annoying. And this needs to be 334. And then this needs to get closer to here, and that's closer to there. I think this should work. I have no clue, mate. The rear end is less stable now because no downforce anymore on the rear end. Okay. So the the removal of downforce probably isn't a good idea, and I was correct. It needs that rear downforce to be stable. Bah. Tuning problems. Welcome to the existence of having to figure out how to tune cars. First gear probably still too long, too short as well. Why is it sliding around? It's struggling in the corners. Which is when there's... It's struggling on braking and in the corners. Which likely means that it's too soft on the rear in terms of dampening. Oh. It never saves my fucking settings, I see. I'm like, why is it struggling so much? It didn't save the fucking rear downforce either. But I stiffened it up a little because I was still struggling earlier as well. Oh yeah, there it is. There it's planted. Now the rear end is a lot more stable through the corner. Except for that corner is still a bit messy. So we now have a stable rear end and front end. We have no way to get that through that corner quickly. And we have a pretty bad fuel economy issue right now. Probably have to brake pretty early for this corner. This, you have to short shift this car because it's not willing to be fuel efficient. And it's also not great on the brakes or in the corners or anywhere really, other than a straight line. Better than some cars in the corners though. I don't like how much I have to short shift this car just to make it work, and it's still handling the bumps really poorly. At least we have stability to some extent. I've noticed that if you're using older cars, they really like, especially higher downforce cars, they really like to have a more bouncy rear end because then they get through the corner quicker. Because you can kind of throw it in like a GT car. But GT cars really struggle with the rear end sometimes. Like you can see here. Even though we stiffened it up a lot, it still wanted to throw in even harder. And road cars are even worse. If they bounce, then you're just losing the rear end in general. I hate that corner so much. I definitely got this car in the window of being possible to drive on this track. I'm gonna finish this race, note down the time, but it's gonna be way more competitive on Spa or on the Nürburgring because their fuel load doesn't matter at all, like fuel consumption. Because that's just a hot lap. This car's bouncy as fuck, boy. And the tires are just dying a glorious death. Disclaimer, I'm not a good tuner in this game at all. I'm not a good tuner in general. I don't know much about cars in terms of how to get them to comply better, but I know enough to be dangerous. Could maybe add some toe in on. Oh, gold. The tires are gone. My mom. Also, the turbo whine in this is amazing. I'm snoozing everyone to sleep doing this, by the looks of it. Oh, ADHD meds, right. Why? My phone is being a cunt. Love it. There we go. Yeah. I mean, that's fine, Durgan. I'm just saying that I'm snoozing everyone because most people... I have way less viewers than I normally do. I'm like, huh. Okay. Well, I'm doing this anyways. Screw you guys. Just engine noises. Making me eepy. I also realized I am very poor timing when it comes to the ad break because I wanted to, after this race I wanted to go use the bathroom and stuff. Oh well. So why am I hungry? I just ate. Jesus. I hate this weather. Oh god. See, the eye tracking is being horrible again. I have my fucking eyes open, you fucking dipshit. Or a better question, when aren't you in IT hell? When you're at work? When people don't feel like submitting tickets. Ah, so sometimes you can sit on your hands, nice. Is the car is over-rotating? I am. I have changed the brake bias to the front. See if that helps some in not over-rotating it too much. Which also help with that tire wear of the rear, because I've been killing the rear tire with this car. Also keep looking up my fucking tires. Oh. Absolutely horrifying how this car is behaving. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oh well. Me no like it. I have a stupid question, Aurora. What would happen if you just tell them no and close the ticket? I assume your boss is gonna be a dick about it, so I assume that's not a possibility, but I have to ask. If your boss is on your side, just stop. Why can't your boss do anything about it? Ah yes, the help part. Yeah, that explains the help part. Ba-da-ba-da. Hello, Phi. This car just don't like that corner. This car is not my... Ah, that's something I can add to the thing. I'm like, I'm missing something from the spreadsheet. Oh god. Spreadsheet. There we go. I added a drivability rating, and this car is a minus 5 million. Well, so here's the thing, Aurora. Why is it such a bad rating drivability-wise? It has weird random oversteer that I can't understand. It has weird random understeer that I can't understand. It regularly locks up the brakes, so I don't get proper rotation while braking. So there's just many problems with this car. And it's like, oh, but that's just ABS, right? I'm locking the brakes with ABS. Like, that's my problem, is it's not like I'm locking the brakes without ABS and I'm just a terrible driver. No, I'm locking them with ABS while going in a straight line. And stuff like that keeps happening. Like, it's not a drivable car. Oh, well, I gave it a shot. Also, the tires keep wearing out way too fucking fast. Also not helping. Part of why I put a restriction on to normally only use medium tires. But I wanted to see if getting this in the window with soft tires worked. No, it doesn't work. I hate it. And I will stick to my restriction of medium tires only. Anyways, we finished that. I don't... No. I might give it a try one more time at some other point. But that does give me a curiosity right now. If I go to GT3, I think it's this car. Yes, I needed a P instead. Go does a fuck ton of things, yeah. Does this have its power restricted? No idea. Doesn't have its power restricted, but it's still this terrible. Yeah, the GT3s are gonna be very difficult to get in the window. I have one more GT3 to have a look at. Is the Porsche. I already installed everything on it and it's still not in the window I like it to be in. And it's probably gonna be terrible fuel-wise. We're gonna give it a shot just to see. Fuel-wise is exactly the same as the McLaren. Okay, no. Which is why we're not gonna do that. Anyways. Well, I can still try it, but maybe in a moment. For now, gonna go use the bathroom and gonna get some more eat because I'm weirdly hungry, so I should get some more food in me. And so be right back. I can't run ad, well, I can run additional ads, but why would I? So I will be right back. You guys also hydrate, snack, you know. No, Mike. Thank you for letting me know. I'm hungry. Free's getting me food is what I said, and I'm just gonna do spreadsheets for the time being. Free being coined to get me food. Aurora doing everyone a great service by letting us know that the microphone not work. So we have the Audi RS5 Turbo DTM from 2019. I sorted this the wrong way, Cole. I need to sort this by here. There we go. And then we have the McLaren F1 GTR race car. Longest names thus far, so we have to expand again. Cool. Which is also group 2. And then we have the car I saw yesterday, IRL, the Toyota GT1 TS from 1999. Yes, I saw that car in person. And then we have the fuck it. We're gonna switch again. Because yeah, thank you for.
Fuck off.
I'm just gonna do this because then you guys can see the cars. Because you know what I'm talking about then. So we're currently talking about this car, the GT1. Which is a really cool car. I sold Arrow. And then we have the Lexus SC430. 430 GT500. Also, if you want me to see me edit the spreadsheet, the pinned comment has the spreadsheet in it. So you can watch live with me. If you're curious, NSX GT500 from 2008 again. Also group 2, and then we have the Nissan GT-R GT500, also 2008. And then we have the Nissan GT-R Nismo GT500 from 2016. Yeah, love the different name, guys. Good job. Then we have the Lexus RC FGT500. The Lexus RC FGT500 from 2016, and then we have the NS the Honda. It's a NSX Concept GT of 2016. It's such a concept that it exists. Ah yes, concept. I love concept cars that actually exist. Just don't give me a show car. Give me a car that actually has a fucking engine in it. Thank you. So all these cars should fall in the window. Now here's the cars that I don't know what the fuck to do with, because all these cars very technically could be in the window, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh god, we also have the GT500 from back in... Hold up. Oh, time to do research. Research. Oh yeah. Okay, so that with racing soft tires. Yeah, that might get us in the window. Huh. And I need to adjust my spreadsheet a little to include tires, apparently, because it sounds like we might have to figure out something here. Okay, so I think this falls in the window of drivable again. But only barely again. So give me more front downforce. There we go. Need that rear stability. If I adjust the body height, does it give me different stats over there? No, okay. Oh, it has an anti-lag system too, built in. Oh, that does help too. And then rear bias. It's front-engined cars. I'm just gonna give it a try with the default suspension setup and see how it drives. I'm probably not gonna complete the circuit this time around. I'm just wanting to see the fuel mileage. Short shifting really hard. Jesus. Okay, the gearing is terrible. And the fuel mileage is the same as expected. Okay, cool. So GT3 cars are viable. Just not that viable. Stop clicking on the fuck because I want to exit. Also, that's fine, Fi. Lurking is totally fine. I hope work isn't too overwhelming today. Consumption of the protein shake. I was way more hungry than I thought I was. Holy shit. Blah, blah, blah. Tasty. I never liked protein shakes in the past, but I really enjoy them now, and I don't know what's wrong with me. So I know that GT3s are viable now, so that's gonna make a whole list of cars that I still don't own, that I need to get hold of. The Group 4 is never gonna be viable as far as I know. Because they have no downforce and they don't have much engine power. And then... Group B, I'm not sure if that's viable. Oh god. Oh, that's never gonna have enough fucking thing in it. Yes, let's put a fucking turbo in it. An Audi Quattro, what could go wrong? Yeah, that has no... The Group B car has no potentials. So... Besides GT3... The only thing I can think of is any road cars, and I have no clue which road cars are viable for this. And there's so many in this game. And there's also race cars here. So for example... If this car, so I need to... There's 3 favorite cars I have in this game, probably. It depends, really. There's a bit of... There are some different things that I like, so... There's one that is just really good to drive and good to make money with. The other is just a lot of fun to drive. And... I don't know. Lots of possibilities. Endless possibilities. That knocks down that knocks down that. And now we are going to add yes amount of weight. Holy shit, that's still not getting it in the window. I need to restrict the engine further, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? It's naturally aspirated, not turbocharged. That's good. No idea what to do about the gearing again. Hello, Shepard. I don't know what the top speed of this thing is. So. Difficult to determine a gear ratio for a car I don't even know what it does. Well, I know what it does. It's a Formula 1 car from the 80s. The fuel economy in this one is good. On the long straight, I want to determine its max speed. There's really good braking. Oh, in second gear, I still have plenty of torque. Okay, cool. Let's see. Do we even get to the max of fifth gear? Yes, we do. Okay. So this car is able to get to the max of the fifth gear. Which is very good to know, because it means that sixth gear is useless. The sixth gear becomes what fifth gear is, fifth gear becomes something else. And first gear becomes what second gear is. Well, about there, and then second gear can go uppies, third gear can go uppies, fourth gear can go down. Hello! Jesus, noise. Gear there, gear there. Duffel needs to be up a little higher. This should be the perfect gear ratio for this car. Yes, I'm modifying the gear ratio of a car. Most people don't even touch that setting in this game. I do. Peaceful. This engine rev is so high that I can actually short shift quite aggressively here. Still a second gear corner, okay. Huh. Oh god. Oh. I am suddenly unfocused. So let's try that again. Also, first, Ross. Hi, good morning. So in general with this game, people don't touch the gear ratios and the suspension. Oftentimes, for online racing, it's not necessary because you run a car that is BOP'd, so it just comes with set suspension settings that you can't change in online play, because that's a way to level the playing field. BOP in general exists to... BOP stands for Balance of Performance. For those who don't know. And well, as the name implies, it balances the performance of cars. But that doesn't apply to these offline races, and a lot of people just go with their default setups or pick setups from online, so the only reason they would touch a setup for suspension or gearing is because someone else recommended it to them. Also, God, this engine is loud. Which is part of why I'm doing this, is like, I am now making setups for every single possible car that can run in this class of car, which is a very big variety of cars. And because of it, it means that I will have setups that other people can use in the future if they want to try out different cars, and that seems like fun. Also, I'm like, oh, you haven't messed with car settings in 30 years. That sounds insane, but also Gran Turismo 1 came out 30 years ago next year. The first Gran Turismo came out almost 30 years ago. Like, that's crazy to think about. Also, I need to short shift maybe a little bit more aggressively in this car. Huh. My very first racing game was Formula 1 2002. So that's also... That's already 24 years ago. So I'm not as old as Gran Turismo 1 is, but in terms of having messed with racing games, but close enough. And mumbles in NES. My first console, besides, well, my first gaming platform was PC. And after that it was PS1. Because the son of my dentist got a PS2, and so he had a PS1 that he wasn't using anymore, and the dentist liked me and was friends with my dad, so like, hey, why don't you take the PlayStation 1 and play games on it, and just take the games that I own? I'm like, small me was like very happy about that. So I got to play the PS1 when the PS2 was already out, but hey, I'm not complaining, I'm a small child. I got a free console, effectively. And then I got a Game Boy Advance gifted to me at some point by my parents, and that's when I started being more and more into consoles. Even though I've always been a PC gamer, I definitely am more of a console gamer ultimately. It's kind of funny to say in this day and age, but also that it avoids RAM prices. And take care of Ross. Adulting is necessary in life, unfortunately. Aurora, I have to say, I wonder if we could set up a way to play Mario Kart Double Dash together. Because that game is amazing, and that would actually be a really fun collab game if we could do that. I just don't know how good the latency is gonna be between us. That's the only concern I have, basically, for emulating stuff. Nintendo's online connection has never been the best until recently, where online gaming is kind of the norm now, so they finally stuck their head out of the sand. I also was thinking about how you have those Pokemon ROM hacks, where it's like where people made their own custom campaign for Pokemon. And I wonder if there's a co-op version of one of those ROM hacks. Like, doing double battles the whole way through, basically. Because I've been wanting to look into ROM hacks in general, and I'm like, it would be fun to play with someone. Well, it wouldn't put it past someone to have made a co-op playable version of one of the, or just have a ROM hack that's co-op dedicated. Also, Dargoon, your first game, racing game being a V8 supercar game is like so fucking Australian of you. V8 supercars are... It's a fun series to watch, to be honest. Not as fun anymore now that they are littering it with digital advertisement that looks very terrible. Wait, Darko, you don't remember which game it was? Your first racing game that was based off a real racing series. That's what you meant, I see. Instead of like Pokemon Emerald roguelike. Hey Aurora, could you send me a message about that on Discord so I can look at it later? That sounds like a lot of fun. Also, it having fire, red and leaf green integration makes sense because it's the same generation as Emerald. They're old third-gen games. They're separate, but people really love Gen 3 of Pokemon, don't they? To be fair, I would say it's one of the best generations of Pokemon. It's definitely my favorite generation. That and the Diamond Pro and Platinum era of games were really good. Then Black and White was pretty good still as well, but after that it kind of went all over the place. I liked X and Y because of the Mega Evolutions. I miss the Mega Evolutions, honestly. Like, Mega Evolutions were actually a cool concept, and then they got rid of it for Gigantamaxing. Give me Mega Evolutions, don't give me Gigamaxing. Sounds like such a Gen Z term, actually. Gigamaxing. Let me Gigamax. Gigamax. Oh, that's a... There's a lot of ROM hack games that don't follow the normal Pokemon story. They are like fully custom stories, which is cool. Sorry, I apologize for the jump scare of the loud dog noise. Let's get the tires up to temperature. And then I should be able to rev out the engine this time around because it's only 7 laps instead of 8 laps. And then maybe we'll see the true potential of this engine. Just as a warning, it's gonna be loud. This engine is a scream machine. It goes, I mean, it revs up to 13,000 RPM, so, you know, not a gentle one. And now we can start revving it out. God, it's so much less fuel efficient to drive like that. Oh well. Also, 5th gear is perfect for having no slipstream, and then 6th gear will help with slipstream. Perfect, actually. I hope those cars don't get in my way, but they might. Oh, they definitely are getting in my way. Cool. Oh, that lap is ruined now. Oh well. Let's try to see how the next lap goes. And it also gives us an idea of fuel efficiency while revving it out. Let's see. So if I upshift here, does it... No, it doesn't go better. Okay, cool. Ah yes, lap run still fastest lap of the race. Makes sense. Hello, Krexus Flutfaust. Okay, that's... Holy shit, this car is quick. Okay. Nifty. This is the... I don't think I can keep doing this though, Jesus. I don't have enough fuel to keep doing this. Was fun while it lasted, time to fuel save. We have 3 laps remaining, we have 2 laps of fuel remaining. Oopsie. Aurora. Just like that one team. The entire F1 grid was super cooling their fuel because then they could put more fuel into their tank. That was just a normal practice in Formula 1 for the longest time. Which is why they now measure fuel by weight instead of capacity. It's also the reason why in a lot of racing series this fuel is standardized. There is also Ferrari that figured out the timing of the fuel flow sensor for the F1 car. So the fuel flow sensor measured the fuel flow once every 1/2000th of a second, which means that between those two polling rates, it doesn't measure. So Ferrari found out a way to get fuel to flow faster whenever it's not measuring it, so they could get more fuel injected into their engine. They got in trouble for that. They got into a secret settlement with the regulating body because Ferrari was like, you could punish us, but then you don't figure out a way to detect it. So how about we help you make a mechanism to have even better measurements and you don't punish us for it, but we will adjust our engines. So Ferrari ended up not getting punished at all for breaking the rules, basically. And no one knew what actually happened because it was a closed settlement between the FIA and... So all the other teams wanted to know what was actually going on, and people found out later what the more details about it, basically. Ferrari also, while doing that, also had a thing where they dripped oil, like some mechanical oil into the engine, which made it an even completer burn, which means more power. Like, the thing about shenanigans with fuel have been around for so long. It's like a standard thing nowadays, honestly. Right now there's a conspiracy that Ferrari and Mercedes have been running their engines at the lower power mode, because in the first 6 races of the year they were measuring how good the engines were, and based on how good the engines were they would give teams upgrades to improve the performance. So if you just don't run the engine as hard, the engine looks worse, and then you get to upgrade it and then also increase the power after. Like, this kind of shenanigans is unreal, I swear. So that was a 34... I think I can do that faster if I... 24... 34... .792. That time I can definitely increase at some point. I know I can do that better. Let's see. So it's the Wait. I don't think this car has... there's two things, actually. There was dust from Mercedes, there was also the extra pedal. Let me actually find it.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
And hydration is very good, yeah. Thank you, Ghost. So there was also the thing where there was an additional brake pedal inside of the car. So you could brake with one wheel a bit more than the other, so you could turn into the corner better. Which is illegal, but they hid it, and I'm like, funny. Goodbye, Ghost. This car doesn't have a year associated with it, I don't think. Huh. Does this have a... Wait, I can check. Why am I stupid? So if I go here, I can check the years by doing this. Duh. You smart frick. And then it was the... Oh, that doesn't have a... That does have a year, okay. Yeah, it doesn't have a year. So... That doesn't have a year, and it is a formula car. And the drivability, I would say, was 5 stars. That was really nice. Then, so we're gonna start adding to the list again, because I forgot that we had these. So we have the Gran Turismo Red Bull X2019 competition that I haven't tried yet for this, which was from 2019, which is also classed as a formula car. And then there's the McLaren MP4-4 from the Formula 1 winning car that I made into a beast, apparently. I also apparently did this one, which is the F1 500 TA from Gran Turismo that doesn't have a year. It's based on an old school F1 car. And this one is not possible. This one I just wrote down. This one might be possible. This one also might be possible. Das was allowed for the year and removed the next year. So they basically said, it's technically not against the rules, but it's against the spirit of the rules. So we will allow you to use it this year, and then after that, no more, basically. Which, honestly, valid as fuck. I like the idea of, okay, we didn't account for this in the rules, so therefore you get to use it for a year, and then after that, it's good. Goodbye. Like, if someone invents something that is not completely breaking, right? It's the same with the double diffuser. The double diffuser that Braun used to win the F1 championship was technically not against the rules, but it was against the spirit of the rules, but because it wasn't in the written rules, therefore they couldn't ban it. Yeah, double diffuser. Hello. Can you load? Apparently you can't load. Cool. Then I will have to open it like this. Look, it has the yellow is a different diffuser than the black part. So there's two diffusers that work together to create more downforce, which gives even. It's kind of crazy, the technology behind this. This image shows it the best, I think. You can see how Braun had like... you actually got to basically create more diffuser space than was allowed by the regulation because of that as well. So you got to create more downforce. Because the measurement point was on the outside, so you have the outside diffuser and then you have the inside diffuser that's way bigger, which didn't have any regulations, so you make a diffuser around the inside diffuser to create more diffuser. Duh. And that was technically allowed, so Toyota, Williams and Braun all came up with the idea, but Toyota and Williams had not as good of a car as Braun. Braun didn't have a good car, but the double diffuser really helped them, especially early on in the season, to get going. And they were therefore they ended up being world champions with a car that shouldn't have won at all. They were a first-time constructor. The team was brand new because they bought a team that was going underwater. So Ross Braun, I wonder why it's called Braun GP, bought the team and only could fund it for a year, basically to keep it in F1. And this is what happened. So yeah, funsies. I have this car stupid. Don't mind my Xiaomi car with 1500 brake horsepower. It's an electric supercar, like it's fucking insane. I don't know why it exists, but it exists. Anyways, I wanted to have a look, like. So the big problem with the Pagani and also with the McLaren P1 is that they don't have the fuel economy for this race. So I don't think I can do it with them. But there's probably other cars I could do stuff with, so I should maybe go have a look-see. Let's see. Car type. Racing car. I don't think I could get that low enough. Well... I'm like, I don't know if I can get this low enough. You don't know until you try. Also, putting a manual in a Formula car sounds like a terrible idea. So let's see, we can do that, can do that. Yeah, this is definitely not gonna work. It has insane downforce, Jesus. I want to try it anyways because it's stupid. So we need to max the downforce at the rear. And then put this completely low. And then add a fuck ton of weight. All the way to the nose. And then detune that as well. We're not actually far off, but yeah, that doesn't work. Cool. Shame. I could also try one of these weird cars. IS famous A86. I don't think these have enough power. Yes, let's put an NSX engine into a Civic. What could go wrong? Yoink. Welcome back for like a few minutes. If I put big rimmed wide tires on there, does that increase the rating? No, it reduces rating. Huh. I'm doing terrible things to the Civic. This car should not function. Let's put some better brakes on there. Put a better gearbox in there. Put some medium tire. Well, soft tires are probably gonna be better. Suspension, brake control. Like, yeah. There it is. I don't think we're getting close. I wanted to give it a try though, because oh, the engine was slightly detuned, so that's turbo strong. Excuse me. You can't make jokes about that. A86. What can I do with this? Can I do? No, I can't. I can put wide body kit on it though. Nah. Ah, yes, my favorite white body car, tofu delivery driver. Hello. What are you? Porsche? You might have a car that I can tune. Oh yeah, you definitely have a car I can tune. Thank you, Porsche, for providing me with... Wait, is it an EV? It is a fucking EV. It is a fuck... So, I'm just gonna demonstrate this real quick. So you guys have awareness of what I hate about EVs in this game. Just in general, it makes no sense. I don't get to see my fuel mapping, right? But you can see my fuel gauge. I will not have fuel at the end of this lap, potentially. It's effectively useless. So, that's why I should have realized it was an EV earlier, because, yeah. I don't necessarily hate it that it's an EV. I hate the fact that it's an EV because it means I can't use it to do the thing I want to do. Wait, what did I do? What did I do to you, my... I have done so much to you, what the actual fuck? 4-wheel steering! Yippee! Why do I get 4-wheel steering on my car that is rear-wheel drive? I don't know. I don't care. I'm not gonna complain about it. Also, Hyundai does have a car that is a electric car with a multi-speed transmission. It is possible. They specifically made it because they wanted to make an EV that's fun to drive. And it will possibly become part of the new Ioniq. Ioniq. Holy one second. What? That's just a stock engine. It's so powerful. What the fuck? I'm detuning the engine. I'm like, wait a second, how do I not have things yet? Let's see. Front, we got the best thing. Where we have the... Oh god, the big wang. Wheels. It's a road car, so I assume I will probably have to have additional stuff on this, and I might have to switch to soft tires because it's not gonna turn. So I'm gonna try it with softs first. Tune it with softs, and then if it has the fuel economy to go longer, then I can switch to the mediums and it will be a little bit easier. Tune, give me more anti-roll bar. Me a little bit of towing on the front wheels. Give me less torque. Sensitivity, rear brake bias. Right, I can do this. Oh dear lord, this is stupid. Boom. And then increase front downforce a little bit by a little bit. And yeah, it's if you properly test the car, it's the power at the tires, yeah, which is insane. Look at how terrible the fuel mileage is on this thing. Look at it, it's so terrible. Fuel mileage is not something that is... fuel mileage is not something that's relevant to the performance of the car. When it comes to the... what's it called? The performance points, which is stupid, because it means that I get to have a car like this competing with GT cars, for example. Makes no sense. I need to make a 800 sheet for this car. 800. And then minimum downforce. Max downforce. Oh god. Oh god. This guy likes to be stanced, I see. I'm tuning this like a fucking moron. Just already as a warning. Does it have a racing? I don't have the racing transmission yet. Cool. Time to buy. Yeah, it's that car. Now here's the funny part. Other than buying a fucking thing that I don't really need. What? I need to test something real quick. Like, that doesn't sound correct. So this car with its normal transmission has a higher performance rating. Let's see. It loses speed as I shift, right? And so I'm like, okay, let's put a sequential gearbox on this thing, because that will make it shift faster, right? Look, it's now instantly shifting. And so I'm like, okay, so sequential gearbox is gonna be way better than the default gearbox, right? Because it shifts quicker. You know, makes sense. Thing shifts quicker. That's better, right? Well, I hate to inform you that the game thinks that the original transmission is better. Okay? Excuse me? What do you mean you think the original is better? When a sequential is literally faster? $688. Huh. There we go, some front ballast in there. I don't know what it is, but the original is not faster. It takes longer to shift because it's a gear shifter. Okay, so also fun part of tuning engine. I am gonna tune this exactly the same as the 787B and see how it goes. It probably doesn't work the same way, but I can give it a try. Yes, I have a note about how I tuned my 787B engine, so that's why I know what gear ratio is to put it at. I decided to save that because it's useful for any... Yeah, so the custom caps the top speed with the default setting, which is silly. So, but you can change it, but the change of the gearbox ratios doesn't change the performance points. So I just have a better gearbox now in this car. I need to test something with this. But this car fucking speedy. The gear ratios are not ideal, by the way. And it's consuming a lot of fuel. Okay. So that means that I'm gonna try to see how it performs with the other turbocharger. Which means no ballast. And this can go up to like here. Yeah. So now we have basically almost full power, which might make it more fuel efficient or less fuel efficient. I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's more fuel efficient now, cool. The gearing still sucks, so I need to readjust that. We actually get to still reach the same top speed, if not more. The second gear is ideally where first gear is. And let's see, the top speed is gonna be reached easily in fifth gear. Then I need to extend fifth gear and extend first gear. The easiest way to do that is to extend the final gear ratio first. But there, and then move this up. And then that up. And then that up. And then that up a little bit as well. That we have a better gear ratio here. There we go. Now let's see if this works. Okay, the first gear is maybe a little too long now. I don't necessarily hate having a long first gear because this turbo is quite effective in the lower revs. Definitely have the short shift because of fuel reasons, by the looks of it. It's not as fuel efficient as the 787B. It definitely is quick. Really good in the corners too. And there's very good grip through that corner. Oh, I didn't put the rear brake bias on. Whoops. That explains why I'm struggling a bit more in the corner. Oh, that's easy to deal with. The brakes on this thing are really good. Or how old the car is anyways, because it's not as good as some of the modern Le Mans cars. But I'm definitely feeling a lot of grip in this car. Very pleasant. And I think we have perfect fuel economy here. With this car, if I short shift. God, this car laps like the wind. Holy fuck, this is so much faster. Only the 787B is comparable in speed to this, as far as I've tested. And the 787B is a car that I have optimized the end of Earth and back again. So that this quick tune is this quick is kind of insane. You can probably improve the design. Holy shit, that's quick. That's in the insane territory. might be a 23 race at this rate. And in case you're wondering what I mean by that is that with the previous cars we have attempted, we are in the 24-minute mark for this race. And at this pace, I think we could reach the 23-minute mark. Quite handily, if that. And I keep getting quicker with the car too. Like this is a car that I can drive a lot harder than I think I can. This car can corner really well. Do not kill yourself there, Sky. Jesus. Do not touch the gravel. Let's get max fuel and then bean it with max. Wow. Just rev out the engine. Oh, why the fuck does the YouTube thumbnail not show thumbnails anymore? Hey, my server. Oh well. This is what it is, I guess. About to say everyone is getting out of the way, well, and then that fucking Subaru just cuts me off. Sure. Yes, everyone's cutting me off now. That's. Set a quick lap now. Hey, Everett is falling out. It's fantastic. so much faster. That's at 20, no, not quite 29. That speed I can't do more than 3.5 laps, so I can't keep that up. So it's nice that I can hold lap in this car at that pace. It's not something that is sustainable with fuel mileage. Do not lift the car up off the ground. Piece of advice. Thanks for blocking me while being a red marker, thanks. dry lips. And to do a hydrate once I am very curious about that. Oh, we are in. Yeah, we're definitely in the 23s. Holy shit. That's the fastest one yet. And that was with me not driving optimally.
Auf dem Bauch und ich hab Übergewicht. Kann weniger essen, aber Lust hab ich nicht. Egal was es gibt, ich esse jedes Gericht. Ich glaube nicht an das, was eine Diät mir verspricht.
Jesus. That's a really fast time, actually. Huh. Cool. Look at my orange. Look at how orange my suit is. Also, I'm not getting faster. This car is just way faster than the other one. This is not necessarily a meeting. This is also just the car. I know exactly which cars are good and which aren't, technically, but it's fun to try around with things. Oh. Talking about trying around with things. We're gonna try this car. This car sucks ass. So this is gonna be fun. So it says it's a 4-wheel drive car. Well, that's a lie. It's a car that it's a front engine car with front wheel drive and hybrid assistance on the rear wheels. Which means that it's mostly just a front wheel drive car with a little bit of electricity. Most of the power sits on the front wheels. I'm gonna torque steer, I'm gonna fucking wish to die. So since it's gonna be an understeering mess, I'm gonna have... Oh my god, what the fuck is that the toe angle you want on this car? That's how aggressive they run the toe by default? Jesus Christ. I have no hope. I have zero hope for this car. And the battery is empty, yippee. I need to know the top speed of this thing because part of the issue right now is also that I don't know the gearing yet. So we're gonna go drive this around. Also I can't make this flat out because it seems like the fuel economy is in this car is at least good. Everything else about this car is absolutely dog shit. Yippee! And the fuel economy is really good, what the fuck? Hold up. Yeah, I can't turn in, cool. What is grip? Let's see, is fourth gear the ideal gear for max speed? No, not even that. Jesus. What's wrong with you, you terrible car? You ugly piece of shit. How it... Oh, it... Are you kidding me? Fourth gear is not even... There's no fifth gear. How long can I make this first gear? Quite long, okay. This sounds horrible, but... What is this car? And why... It's understeering. Oh dear lord. Fucking car, get out of my way. It's terrible in the brakes, noted. Terrible for that corner as well. God, the wheel spin is terrible. Tire wear is gonna be awful. So this is the best fuel economy in a car we have had ever in this experiment today. car doesn't want to grip. I tuned it for maximum oversteer and still in the steering. I love it. I've literally tuned out every bit of understeer I can get and I still get understeer. That's how terrible this car is. And like I said, it's terrible on the brakes too, so we are on par with a fucking Supra on the brakes. And the front tires are already dying. Jesus Christ. I need to shift down to second gear there to get the right speed. Okay, that makes that a lot more doable at least. How did the meetings go? At least you get your own personal office, so that's an upgrade. But also it sounds like he got the promotion without getting the extra pay or the title. Hey Aurora, just be like my mom. Just put that you're an advisor on your resume. Make it sound like all important. My mom is an advisor. It's just not in her job title. Just her boss always bothers her asking for advice, so she just has taken the role of advisor now, which is funny to me. That's how she, well, she tells to others what she does now. I love that, like, the North American world culture is this toxic, and then you're supposed to be happy about getting extra responsibility without extra pay. Like, fuck off. Network security analyst is a good job title. My mom is... So this is kind of funny. So my mom's boss works directly for the Director General, and the Director General also asks my mom for advice sometimes, and she is part of meetings with everyone involved. So she is the advisor to the Director General of a important company for the Dutch government, is how she basically job titles herself. And I'm like, you know, fair enough. Because it's effectively what you're doing. You're hurting a bunch of inexperienced people, and you're hurting a manager that doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. You deserve the title. The funniest part is that because she has basically been advising for so long, she's gonna be applying for an internal thingy for a job evaluation to potentially get in a higher pay scale, and she's literally just gonna put in, I advise these people and I do this and I do that. I'm like, yeah, I understand you're not good at selling yourself, but this is the time to be a fucking egotistical piece of shit. Don't worry about it, because everyone around you is already an egotistical piece of shit. Show them what you got. For how terrible this car drives, I quite like it. I love how I sometimes like cars that drive like shit. Ah yes, my favorite. Cars that don't actually do the proper car things, but they still work. You know, I just realized that in the Netherlands you could actually be an advisor to the king, because we have a monarchy still. Are you worried about overselling yourself, or are you just shy? And just like bad at recognizing your own skill set? Because my mom's issue is mostly just being shy and not knowing what her qualities are. So it's difficult to sell yourself if you don't know what you're good at, basically. I am calling my mom out like that. If you're taking it personal, that's not my responsibility. But I'm the same way as my mom and as you. I have so many skills, but I don't know how to like show the world that I'm good at these things, and so Also, yes, the car has quirks. It's called It's a Shit Car. In a world where everyone has a mid-engine Le Mans car with a hybrid system, mid-engine rear-wheel drive for the mechanical component, electrical component is on the front wheels. Nissan decided to make a front-engine front-wheel drive car with the hybrid element on the rear wheels. And you might think, so, like, Sky, that doesn't sound terrible. The higher the downforce, the more rearward biased you want your weight distribution to be. Therefore, front engine bad, mid engine good, rear engine good. So what ended up happening is this car ended up being really bad on its tires. That they need a special set of tires needed to be developed for this car alone, and even then it really sucked. And also, because of its weight distribution, it corners way worse than the normal Le Mans cars. And then also, it doesn't exit as well because it doesn't have... It fucking torque steers. Who needs to be able to turn a car? I don't, apparently. And it was like the most unsuccessful car in Le Mans history, and then they decided to make an even weirder car at some point. That was even worse. Because Nissan didn't learn from the first experiment. That makes sense, right? Why will we learn from our mistakes when we can make the mistake again? At least it turns, but that's also because it's produced power in this setup. I'm still wearing out the tires really quickly, even though we have to reduce power. Because the front wheels now have to do the steering, the braking, and the accelerating. Fun, isn't it? So I put the brake bias as much to the rear as possible because I don't want to deal with the problem of being even more grip limited. This car might be able to use a bit more toe angle on the front, honestly. Which is a terrifying statement to say. Because I already have more toe angle on this car than I've ever done on any other car. And the toe angle might end up wearing out the tires even more, which wouldn't be ideal. At least we're getting good lap time. Well, not good, but consistent lap times. Normally I can use the throttle to turn the car out of a corner, and on this car it will just try to catch a fucking wall instead. Oh, new best lap. Cool. Very good. Very polished. Good boy, still on the outside. Also, I am using like a very long first gear, and my simple thought regarding that is that if I'm only using a gear to start a car and then never shift down into the gear again, it's a useless gear. So make first gear as long as you normally would have second gear, especially in the 5-speed gearbox. Yeah, your starts are going to be a bit slower, but everything else is going to be better. And then you have one more gear to do, to play with during the race. It's something they do a lot in Le Mans in general these days. The first gear is quite long by default. Also because they do rolling starts these days, because the standing starts were a safety problem. Especially since they had to buckle in, and these days safety harnesses aren't that easy to put on. Like you actually need help, you can't do it yourself to get it tight enough. And so they just forgo the standing start with running to the car. They just do a rolling start instead. or Daytona and Sebring, it's also a rolling start, so effectively any race they do is a rolling start these days. So no reason to have a starter gear. Okay, I have a thingy stuck in my head that I need to take note of. So I should do that before continuing. And note made. I just realized that I like it. There's a song that there was recently I saw a Take Me to the Moon like alternate version that was called Take Me to the Goon. And it's really funny. And then I was like, I didn't check my time. Oh, good thing I'm streaming. Give me 5 seconds. I am smart. My time. I need to note down time. Yeah. Where are you? There we go. At 20. It was the GT Nismo. It was a 24:28 876. That is the slowest time yet, but well, reasonable. Anyways, I was thinking about like, oh, what kind of song could I do a parody song of? And I'm like, oh, I have an idea. Because of a conversation I had the other day. And I've now noted it down for further discussion in the future. Echt? Holy sh... Right. Class is not the correct term. Class would be, you got Formula racing, you got Grand Touring racing, that is the type of racing. So for example, you got GT3, which is higher downforce and higher performance cars than GT4, for example. And IndyCar with NASCAR, for example, you got the Truck Series and you got the Cup Series and a bunch of other things. So that's the overall thing of racing, and then you got individual classes within those types of racing. You got F1, F2, F3, Formula Regional, which is F4, and then you got Formula I don't know if Formula Renault is still around. But yeah, you got different classes within, and some racing is multi-class racing. So you got these GT3s, you know, GT4 cars, driving against, say, a fucking road car, basically, like some of these, on the same circuit. Like, you have multi-class racing, so I don't think you're not... I don't know if you're... Because I like multi-class racing, but therefore it's... Your question is complicated. I guess you're asking for type of racing, and then I would say that Formula racing and endurance racing is my favorite. Endurance racing includes the multi-classes, like I was mentioning. It includes often the Grand Touring races, but sometimes also the ones that include the Le Mans cars, like these cars, which are really fast, but not as fast as Formula cars. It's complicated. Yippee! I hope that answers your question, though. I also wanted to try a specific car. I wanted to do an Audi. And I forgot which Audi it is. It is this one, okay. Need to buy new parts for it. Yippee! And yeah, sorry for the long-winded answer. I figured that just giving an explanation of how things work helps with what you were asking, because you weren't certain, so... You know. Gives a bit more context to your question, instead of needing to ask follow-up questions. The inflammation in my right wrist is really bad. Cool. Well. With this setup, I need to induce maximum oversteer, because... So the downforce is very unbalanced right now, because we have a lot of downforce on the rear and nothing on the front, which means it's gonna understeer like a motherfucker. So my setups with these Le Mans cars are effectively... Let's maximize the induction of oversteer, because it is never gonna oversteer to begin with. And I don't know about this. I don't want brake sensitivity in either side, but the initial torque on the rear sounds nice to induce a bit extra. I don't know about gearing, so we need to try out the car and see what gearing it needs. First gear is probably too short, I already know that much. Yes, it is. My second gear is like perfect for return first gear needs to be. Well, that makes that easy. Thanks for pit maneuvering me, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's instant torque in second gear, Jesus. Easy enough then. At 150 it stops giving electrical energy, okay. I'm reaching about 160. I will look at the straight because that's the best tell for what gear I need to be in. Oh god, that corner is not as quick as I thought it was with this car. No, not. Both has a bit more front downforce. We're reaching the 160 mark, which with slipstream might be higher, but not much. Okay, we have a new gearing to set up. Carpet hazel. Okay, so well, let's make first gear slightly longer even. If I no, I can't. That's a okay, cool. So let's see. 6th gear I wasn't even using. 5th gear was too long, so let's put it there. I love how heat like this induces headaches. My head is exploding. Okay, fuck it, I'm gonna drink some more water first. Damn, I'm almost out of water. That's kinda crazy. Might have to take a little break soon to grab more water. And also use the bathroom again because I've been drinking so much water. Hydration important. Don't forget to hydrate before you dehydrate. Aurora. This heatwave is expected to last another 2 weeks. Oh my... Hello? Excuse me? I got fucking sandwiched. And not in a good way. Yes, Akimir, there's a good way to get sandwiched. Called being cuddled by 2 people from both sides. It's very cozy. I mean, Akamir, you could always have like, it's... I'm just thinking about the fucking cat now. Like, the cat's getting sandwiched by people and just overreacting. But... if it, like with children and with pets, you can do that too. Like... doesn't have to be with other humans. It can also be cozy with like a dog or a cat. The drivability of this car is way better. I think it's slower than the fucking Nissan of all things. Aw, that's cute. There is cats and dogs that are bred specifically to not have the gene that creates that allergic reaction. One of my best friends, Ariel, has cats from a breeder like that. They're expensive, but like it means that he's not constantly having a miserable time with his cat. And then there's also just the fact that there's immunotherapy for it. There is specific things you can get prescribed nowadays. They are unfortunately injections, if I recall correctly, but there's stuff for that now nowadays. To help with allergies like that. Histamine what do you mean you're on histamine blockers, Aurora? What does that mean? I only know about antihistamine pills, like Benadryl, Cetirizine, Loratadine, and so on. But they don't block the they are antihistamines, they're not histamine blockers. So I imagine Aurora is referring to something else. Just as a warning for everyone, if you're talking about something medically inside of my chat, and I have knowledge of that thing, I will question it if it doesn't make sense, because I could be not informed, or you could be wrong. And I think it's generally good to question things, because if something doesn't sound right, it's good to have a conversation about it. T-blockers. That's a hell of a thing to get mistaken. Also, the ad is rolling, so maybe I should just go right now to go pee. And nah. Why would I? I'm tired too, that's not an excuse. Just be better for it. Not that difficult, wink wink. I'm obviously teasing you, I'm not actually being serious. Yeah, exactly. Like, why can't people just be perfect? Perfect like Garfield, never makes a mistake. People should be more like Garfield. I sometimes joke about how it is impossible to be imperfect as a trans person because we have the science and medicine to be able to make you the way you wish to be. And there's something funny about the train of thought of like, we always have a better self to strive towards. But so long as we're moving towards that better self, we can never be imperfect. So for trans people, that means so long as you are working towards things the way you want them to be, that's good. Same goes for mental health. If you require medication, work towards getting that medication. If you have depression, work towards fixing that depression. If you want to become a stronger person in terms of physical strength, go work out. So long as you work out, you cannot be imperfect. The only time you are truly imperfect is if you never try. Because then you're literally the worst person you're capable of being. So long as you try, you're better than the worst person you can be. And Akame, that's a good quote because one of my biggest downfalls is I have really strong emotional outbursts. And nowadays I'm really good at kind of catching myself and like returning back to a state where I can make things better. Usually I am feeling perfectly fine and happy way quicker than most other people in the situation, which means that I can just focus on making the other people feel better at that point. Like for example, yesterday while Free and I were walking, Free accidentally kicked the cane while I was stepping, and so I hurt my arm and my leg pretty badly, and I had like a really big emotional outburst and just was like, what the fuck? I just yelled, what the fuck? Basically, we were on the pier, so between a lot of people, but after that I just calmed down almost instantly and like tried to make the situation better, and Frey was very caught off by that because Frey is used to those outbursts like lasting hours sometimes, right? So it took a while for Free to feel okay after the situation happened, because Free is used to me not calming down as quickly. And so yeah, and it's nice to see that I have been able to improve in that. Like, I remember the days that I would stay up for most of the night just being part of arguments with at the time my partner and with Free, and this was very unhealthy. And hopefully one day I don't feel the need to yell, obviously, but at least calming down and stuff, that's a good step, right? Another thing I'm really bad at is the cussing. Sometimes I will just, if someone does something I don't like, I sometimes just call them an asshole or bitch or whatever, right? And that's not good, that's not helping the situation. Calling people names doesn't benefit anyone. It doesn't make me feel better, it doesn't make them feel good. I've been working on that too. But sometimes it slips and then instead of feeling bad about calling someone a name, I'm like, yeah, I did say that, and I'm sorry for that. I'm trying to be better about it. But it happened this time, so what can I do now to make things better? Instead of getting stuck in it. Also, Akamir, didn't you say that your wife had autism and ADHD? So then you get the emotional struggle of the autism, where you have the strong emotions and like the oversensitivity, and while ADHD provides a thing called emotional blindness. So you don't see the emotion, but you feel it very strongly because of the autism. And it can cause really explosive reactions because you get like the strong emotional response from the autism, but also the blindness from the ADHD. So you don't rein it in quickly, and then you get that anger management issue. It's kind of a common thing, especially more in women than men, because women have less of their hormonal balance stuff is a bit more wacky. And also women have more, have a higher disposition to personality disorders because of hormonal imbalances regarding serotonin and other things, which those receptors help with emotional regulation as well. But it is also something that happens in men. So if you're a guy with anger management issues, it's good to find the cause, whether it's a serotonin thing, whether it's a dopamine thing, whether it's something related to, say, autism. It's good to be informed about things. And I'm glad your wife is getting better regarding those things. And I have seen myself as well with the ADHD meds. They have been a huge help regarding recognizing my emotions early, so I don't let things get too far, basically. God, the tires are cold actually, huh? I just looked down at the tire temperatures and the tires are just not heating up much. Oh well, that's fine. Also, I saw what you wrote, Kitsu, but I didn't get to have a good read of it. So I'll get back to that once I am done with this race. If I don't forget, because brain's stupid. actually, I'm gonna reply to Kitsu now. Regarding the transition stuff, I agree that it's good to live in a country where you can get the prescription for the things that that one needs, right? Like the transition stuff and birth control, being able to get abortions, that kind of stuff is very important to me. Like, I care a lot about those issues, and I live in a country where access to trans care is difficult because you can only really get it through a few places. Luckily, more places are popping up nowadays, but the wait lists are still about 2 years for most people. And for example, if I wanted to get an abortion, right, we still have the legal mandated wait period of, you go to the clinic, you want an abortion, then you need to wait 2 days, 48 hours, before you're actually legally allowed to have it. You need to have had basically a consult and then need to let it sink in, basically. Do I really want this? There was recently a country that got rid of that wait period, and I hope that the Netherlands will follow suit at some point, because it has scientifically not been proven to make any difference, because making the decision in the first place to get an abortion is not one that people take lightly. And I'm like, so why do I need... It's the same with transition stuff. I know that there are some people who impulsively decided to be trans, right? Those people do exist. But the majority of people that are considering being trans take years to figure out if it's actually what they want. And then you have to have that 1 to 2 year wait period. And then once you are there, you need a psych evaluation, have an official diagnosis of gender dysphoria to be allowed to get a prescription for whichever hormone blockers and hormones you wish to take. And they are extremely scrutinizing regarding it, and if you are non-binary, you at times would not be eligible for set treatments. I have figured that one out the hard way. So if I ever wanted top surgery, I would have to basically lie about that I want to be a guy, instead of like, oh yeah, I'm non-binary. That's not sufficient enough, and it's so stupid. You can't go private in the Netherlands, you can only go through the public healthcare system. Which is why there's such long wait periods. Because they are very not lenient regarding the actual prescription. So it takes a long time for people to get their prescription, and because that takes such a long time, there's a lot of appointments being planned, and therefore there's a long wait list. And that got significantly worse during COVID, because gender healthcare is not a priority for the hospital, therefore the hospital focuses on other things. Which, fair enough, cancer has priority. That's fair. I can't be mad about that one. But yeah, the Netherlands is not as open and free as people might think it is regarding transitioning. And a lot of other countries aren't either. In the UK, getting through the NHS is a fucking hellhole. In the US, it's a lot easier to get the prescription. You can just go to Planned Parenthood in a lot of states. If you're in a more conservative state, unfortunately, it's a lot more complicated, and then I've just I'm sorry. But say in the state of Oregon or Washington, you can just get an appointment with Planned Parenthood and you can get hormones prescribed through Planned Parenthood. Yeah, and I figured Portugal would go that direction. The Netherlands is a difficult one because we did recently make it easier to get a name change, for example. So Kitsu. I think you mentioned you live in California. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It might be confusing you with someone else. Because I have some, if you want to transition in the Netherlands, I do have some advice. Yeah, I live in country 404. You live in country 404 not found? Yeah. Yeah, if you can move away from country 404, the Netherlands is a good place to go. Definitely. I would say. There is, if you want to talk about it sometime in DMs, I'm more than happy to have a conversation regarding the pros and cons of moving to the Netherlands. And I can help potentially with some stuff regarding any medical needs you have. Aurora, you already are transitioning. I don't know what you're on about. You are literally taking hormones. Well, regarding GRS, the wait list for the gender reassignment surgery in the Netherlands is about 9 months long. So, actually, let me just check. Let's see. Okay, so I did say it wrong by the looks of it, but that's not the one I'm looking for. I'm getting a different one. There we go. I think that's the one. Before. For what? There's multiple clinics now. Interesting. So one place has a 1.5 year wait list, one place has a 2 to 6 month wait list, one place has a 9 month wait list. This is all for the vagina one. Since you already have hormones, you get priority on the wait list regarding getting treatment because you are already actively transitioning. Therefore, you instantly get access to trans healthcare inside of the Netherlands in terms of hormone therapy and whatnot and appointments. Just make sure you have enough ready to go when you move. Obviously have a month or 2-3 available. In terms of hormones, but worst case scenario, they can probably prescribe you if you have statements regarding already transitioning. And goodbye, Akame. Country 404 is Russia. Hitsu. So if you're not from Russia, then yeah, probably best not to refer to your country as such. I figured you made a joke about it being like, I don't want to disclose my location. But I'm happy to talk about things regardless of where you live. But if you live in a country that is more restrictive regarding freedom of literally being yourself, then definitely advise to seek maybe moving to the Netherlands or to another European country where they can help and where they are less anti-LGBTQ plus. My brain is struggling for a moment. Cool. The Jaguar XJ30 is not anywhere. Oh, there it is. Oh. Wait, can I? Actually, 30 doesn't have fucking. By default, it's a natural aspirated car set. Turbocharger. Yes, yes, you do. Fucking beauty. Oh boy. Amana. How do I have to master that tuned actually? There it is. The Mazda. Okay. Okay. The XJ30 is slightly overrated. Okay, goodbye, Wawa. Deliver safely. What is that? Caring? Aww. I have no idea how this is. Also, I think that if you're from Russia, you wouldn't be able to watch my streams anyways, most likely. Oh god, I didn't tune the suspension yet. Twitch is blocked in Russia, so it's very different. And through VPNs, Twitch is kind of shit. That's what I mean. It's not blocked? Huh. Oh, well, the more you know. I know that Twitch is blocked in other places, that's funny. That's actually kind of funny. I know Indonesia is kind of strict about Twitch, funnily enough. Well, oh, that also makes sense because like a lot of the Dota streamers are also from Russia. Stuff. Yeah, I feel stupid now. Thanks, guys. I just gold. That also makes sense. Hitsu, you got also I have a bunch of friends from Russia that need to use VPNs to access like Twitter and Discord and stuff as well. I just don't know what is accessible at this point anymore, honestly. It all just kind of sucks. Also, the car is behaving much better now that I actually tuned it, but... Yes, thank you for watching me. Jesus Christ. Fucking suspension damage, cool. That was the most unfortunate 3-wide situation, and I know I shouldn't have gone for it, but I don't care. This car's fast. That's what I care about. Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? What's going on with the AI today? Also, Twitch taking payment but not versus giving out payment is like the most Twitch thing I've heard in a while. Yeah, you look over and then get pushed into a wall by a fucking Supra. Wait, so you can't stop receiving payment, so people that watch your streams think you're still receiving the payment while you yourself do not receive the payment. Yeah, that's scummy as fuck. Honestly, if that happened, I would just move to fucking Kick or something. But I'm not sure if Kick is available there. Probably is, knowing how weird Kick is about things. And just to confirm, does that... Well, Kick is not just a website for that, it's also for gamblers and for the people disturbing others in other countries, like Johnny Somali and Vitali and that kind of stuff. And fucking, what's his name? The guy that ran a fucking house of OnlyFans girls, and Jack Doherty, that's the guy. And Aiden Ross and all those guys, no thank you. But if you're in Russia, what choice do you have? Is basically my thing, right? The only other option is to basically flee the country. Which, luckily, some of my friends have managed to do. Unfortunately, some of my other friends have not. Fortunately, one of my friends got in a really bad situation while fleeing the country. And now they're stuck back home again. But okay, that is confirmed the 404 bolt of like what Kitsu was mentioning. Thank you for clarifying. Even though I assumed correctly. I don't like making assumptions necessarily. Well, yeah, that would make sense because it's not actually a country. But no, it is referring to Russia. Which, the whole Middle East situation and the whole Russian war situation, they're both just stupid, so... I just wish people could fucking live a peaceful life, but there's always people that ruin it for others. On all sides. On all fucking sides. And so I just don't engage with that kind of stuff, if I can help it. Because people have stupid opinions about the Middle East, people have stupid opinions about the Russian war, and it's just like... don't think my opinions are any better, ultimately, so why would I engage with it? We are entitled to our opinion. Unfortunately, our opinion doesn't matter to the actual situation happening. I wish it fucking did. You know that's valid as fuck, Kitsu. Do I now need to ask you where you get all the money from that you keep donating, or is that secret? To be fair, I know a lot of Russian artists that have to, like, if they actually, like, work through the normal system, they have to pay so much in taxes. Well, I'm glad that you have a lot of savings, so you're not spending money you don't have. And I know a lot of artists that have to pay a lot in taxes right now in Russia for getting international transfers and such. And so there is ways to avoid getting taxed, basically. And I know a lot of people engage in that stuff, or just don't, or just flood the country entirely. Like, I have one friend living in Georgia right now, I have one that lives in Spain, I have one in Germany. Unfortunately, one of my friends that is stuck in Belarus with her Russian husband just has nowhere to go, basically, so that sucks. Sorry, she is Russian, husband is from Belarus. And they managed to flee at some point, but got in a bad situation, so it's like, yeah. Now they're back in Belarus. It sucks. I'm glad that some people can find some peace and quiet, but I don't know many that can. Most people are either overworked or just stressed out the fuck, worried about losing their friends. Not a good life. And the same goes for some of my friends from Israel. Like, some of their friends got drafted into the IDF, so that fucking sucks. I have a friend whose teacher died during the October 7th attack, and I think there's just so many people that suffer just for the power of a few, ultimately. I wish it would just end. End the suffering. Because both sides are suffering ultimately, other than the politicians who are just laughing their ass off. Not the Ukrainian politicians. The Ukrainian politicians still suffer. Who cares about the climate anyways, Outfrost? I thought we lived in a world where no one gave a shit. What do you mean we should take care of the planet? What do you mean we should take care of each other as people? Impossible. Just be kind and be gay. Don't be gay if you live in a country where that kind of thing will get you fucking killed, though, please. Are you fucking kidding me? That makes sense though. The people you knew back then. You didn't visit the UK just for no reason back then. Also, the Netherlands is doing a stupid regarding trying to create more protected areas for like birds and stuff. So the islands on the north side of the country, like Texel, Terschelling, all those, the government is planning on potentially passing a bill that would restrict people from going into those areas, including people that are local to that area. So that means that birds would have protected ground, which, while that makes sense logically, it would restrict the local people from traveling around most of the islands. And it's like, that's not how you create protected areas, you fucking smartasses. Like, we can have dedicated areas for water birds to thrive and whatnot. Like, I live next to one of those areas where you can't just go inside. You can walk around it, but the birds are in an area where I can't reach. So they are... It is a protected area. Why can't we create more of that then? But no, we need to restrict the entire area because that makes sense. So that locals can't do anything anymore, even though they've been living there for the last 50 plus years. Or however long some of those people have lived there an entire lifetime. And then suddenly they can't go into their favorite nature area? That makes sense. Thanks Dutch government for being so incompetent. I swear there's too many dysfunctional governments around the world right now. Jesus Christ. Part of me just is cynical about it and it's like, can we just get a king again? We have a king, but what if the king actually got power to rule and do things? Then we would have more political stability than whatever the populist agenda is of the left and the right. Like, that's the thing that's kind of annoys me about politics these days in Western countries. It's all social media headline politics for everyone. And it's just, it doesn't achieve anything. Why am I so into politics right now? What the fuck? I guess it's because people suck, that's why. Also, this might be the fastest car we have driven. Yeah, why can't people just be nice to each other is literally the statement of the fucking year for me. I deal with enough shit in my life as is. I don't need other people making my life harder. I do have people making my life harder. And I always wonder why people do it. Like, whether it is people in the furry fandom creating drama, whether it is doctors being fucking bitches and not actually wanting to do their job, whether it is new laws passing that make my life exponentially more annoying. Like, one of the weird things is that for my medication for ADHD, it's prescribed. It is covered by insurance. Unless you get a specific brand. Certain brands are not covered the same way by insurance, are only partially covered. So you need to ask for the specific brands that are covered by insurance to get it fully covered, otherwise it's only partially covered. Also, my other medication, my emergency medication, I found out that it's only covered when they put in a specific code with the prescription, which sounds awfully similar to how it works in the US. And I'm like, how do we have a system where if a doctor prescribes something to me without a code, I have to pay out of pocket for it? What? Why does it require a fucking code? So I will probably find out tomorrow if it's actually covered by insurance now or not. If it's not, I'm gonna go yell at the pharmacist. Because my psychiatrist fucking fixed it, so... I need the medication. I got it covered previously. God damn it. Why be difficult? Why be an ass about it too? Like, people could just be a bit nicer. The reason I stopped being so nice to people working at the pharmacy is because they never really help. Whenever they help, I'm really nice to them, but if they're being a fucking cunt about it, I'm not gonna be nice about it back. There's a small Asian lady working at the pharmacy and she is fucking delightful and wonderful. She does her job well. Not that difficult, guys. I literally have medication that my life depends on, that I get prescribed, and you're being difficult about it. Cool, appreciate it. Yippee! Ranting with points. chat died. Everyone is sick and tired of hearing me. And I'm also sick and tired of hearing myself, honestly. There we go. One more time to add to the spreadsheet. Oh. We got fucked at the start. Yeah, pharmacists usually are helpful, but not always. I think I got the manager last time I called, and it was at the end of the day, so the manager probably had dealt with something already that got her a bit grumpy, so whatever, I guess. It happens, ultimately. Not too upset, I'm just a little upset. What did I do to this car? I did put a turbocharger on there. Actually, fuck it. I want to try this right now. Let's give a few laps around the Nordschleife with this car, try. First one of the bunch. This car's not meant for this track, Jesus. God, I'm terrified. I need to do this with all the cars? Why did I do this to myself? Why did I decide that I need to do a lap around the Nürburgring with every single car? Nürburgring laps might be something to do off screen. Or at least without my avatar up, so that I can... Well, I can screen record. Well, it might not need to do... I could stream it, I just need to record it separately as well at some point. Which I can do during streams as well, I just need to click the record button. I love my alarm. Fucking die. Also, I should probably not do these laps while I'm dying of heat stroke, maybe. Just maybe. Yeah, that lap requires so much concentration. I'm not doing that while I'm dealing with how warm it is right now. Holy shit, that was so... Whoa. Wow. Didn't know... Oh. Ah. Why does it have to be this warm? Also, my fucking dying over here. Let me see what cars are available to buy. Oh, god damn it. I need so much more money to buy everything I want to. I'm just curious what I can do with this thing right now. My brain is like, it's a Mustang. And it's a naturally aspirated V8 Mustang. So what if apply supercharger? And apply medium tires. Oh no, soft tires actually. Right. So yeah, everything that can be turbocharged that looks like it could deal with this race, basically. Or supercharged. It's just a very interesting... I think this lasts me 5 laps, probably again. I just want to do. Good. Aurora eating is good. I'm so sorry for that noise. But the car bottomed out and I'm like, what happened? Why did I suddenly start washing white? It's because the car bottomed out. Huh. Hats all around. Body. Paddy May would like a word with you. Don't kind of be kind about it. So that's useless. I'm just looking at interesting road car. Interesting road cars I could use to do this thing with. That's a... Oh, okay. Well, that's another one to add to the list. Dodge. SRT Tomahawk Vision TT GR1 from Year unknown, I guess. Which is a Group 1 car. No, apparently I don't have all the fucking Le Mans cars yet. Oh, that's fine. I guess. Dodge, you can make such cool shit. Why the fuck are you making fucking electric Dodge Chargers that don't sell? Good job, guys. You did it. The Infinity Concept Vision GT. Tesla. You know what I need? A muscle car that doesn't make noise. Isn't that like half the reason why you buy a muscle car is because you have a small pee-pee and you need to be loud about it? I mean, I like muscle cars, don't get me wrong. But some people are assholes driving around their Camaros and their Mustangs. Like, if you drive in the countryside, that's one thing. If you drive in the middle of a city, revving your engine like that one dude in fucking The Hague did with his fucking Camaro that was clearly owned by his dad, then kindly go fuck yourself. And now I have a curiosity about something else. I love how my brain works. This car can go on medium tires. Oh god, can I engine swap this thing? Ah yes, let me change my inline 4 to a V8. Where would it fit in this fucking car? What? Ta-da! We now have a race car with a V8 in it. That is, I think, supercharged or turbocharged? It's turbocharged, which means I can turbo it even more. Yippee! Ceramic brakes, gearbox, brake control. LSD. This car can't be good. I have to try it, even though it's like way under what this race is supposed to be. It's still detuned. Oh my lord. Aww. Let me get some soft tires for this baby. I have no idea how this is gonna go, other than potentially absolutely horrible. Let's see. This might be a viable car. It might not be. It definitely is not viable. Jesus. Oh god, this thing needs some stiffer suspension, holy shit. Yeah, this is a death trap. You saw nothing, don't worry about it. Not a car for this thing. Yeah, let me just put a V8 inside of a tiny little car and expect it not to go wrong. Yeah, that sounds like me. Huh. That might be a viable car. Some of the Vision GGs might be viable cars. Like... Yeah, these cars might be viable as well. Cool. Mercedes, why do you make Sexy Beast? And why do you not have the AMG 1 in this game? Thanks. I kind of like the orange. Can you tell him Dutch yet? Let me see if this is actually a viable car. I'm mildly curious. Probably don't have any customization on this car. Nope. Oopsie. I wonder where your messages went. Yes, please reach out to solicit that you do art and then not expect to be banned. Okay, this car might not be viable, huh? No, it's definitely not. I can't modify it enough to be viable. Oh well. That's a shame. Beamer time. Audi time. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm sorry, Free, you can only suck my fucking dick. Just make sure to draw a good dick on my stick figure, okay? A nice big one. Unhinged. Okay, you're an interesting looking creature. This one might work. The fuel economy I just don't trust from this car. Excuse me, am I reading that correctly, that this engine is a flat 8? Not a flat 6, a flat 8. Well, I need to check the fuel economy before I start deciding which tires to be on. There's a fuel economy of a car that needs soft tires, noted. But this might be doable. This might be doable, that's exciting. The gearing is absolute dog shit, so I need to fix that. And I need to fix the torque. Plus kicking my ass already. And brake bias to the rear. Oh my dear lord, that's a lot of gears. Excuse me? I guess I'm not changing the gearing. I need to check how the top speed is basically first. A really good top speed, we have 0 brakes, noted. To be fair, this car is a bit of a pancake. I think 7th gear is slightly too long, and then everything down from there is needing shortening. Oh yeah, that's definitely too long. There we go. And I experienced effectively 3rd gear being long enough to first gear. Jeez. Oh no. Help. That's really the longest 1st gear can be? Jesus Christ, that's annoying. Oh well. Oh wow, oh wow, oh wow, 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 wow. And then I guess we have a place to start. Also, the hand thing is happening again. I love it. That should work. I have 0 downforce. The brakes fucking stuck. This car has no tendency at all for anything. I don't know how to tune it. So I'm gonna induce things to see how it behaves, basically. I'm gonna force it to oversteer now. I have wheel spin in 2nd gear, what? Okay. It likes being flat, noted. It doesn't like to have its rear end lifted. Yes, I know phrasing. If the I think it's the soft suspension being the issue. It's spinning the rear end again. Cool. The rear wheels are not stable. At all. So that means that we need to stiffen everything up a lot. We are going to run with the stiffest possible suspension. That this car should actually like that. Not a single bit of wheel spin now. I don't get to make a turn there, noted. I need to stiffen up the anti-roll bar on the front, I think. It's leaning too much. But specifically only the front. The rear is fine, it's just making it understeer. Never get down in first gear, just stay in second. The tires. The fucking tires. Excuse me, the fucking tires. My tires are fucking gone. My tire is like already going down on the thread, Jesus. Oh no, why did you have to go to Brussels? Why did you have to go to Brussels? Or off stuck in Brussels. Oh no. Well, that's expensive, fucking Christ. So you missed your appointment and you got Panini and Sprite for yes amount of money. So you will have to return to the embassy, or not the embassy, the consulate at some point. Enjoyable. This is why Free and I always triple check addresses for appointments. Because shit can be a bit confusing sometimes. Dove hopes that that there will be Albert Heijn to goes in Belgium soon, so that they can actually get a panini at a decent price. Yeah, I can imagine that it would be a lot for your mom. Yeah, I know that the law was at the AH to go thing. That's where I bought my beer yesterday, actually. I just went in. Oh, the train is not leaving for the next half hour. Let's get a beer at the AH to go and then get on the train. Because there's a nice refrigerated beer too. And not that ridiculous pricing like you get at a bar. Should I be drinking alcohol when I've been suffering so much from my pain problems? Probably not, but I don't care. Sometimes I want to enjoy things too. And alcohol is something I enjoy the flavor of, and that beer was spectacular. I've never had it before. It was very good. Drink responsibly. Also, AH to go is more expensive than Albert Heijn as well, I think, because it's for convenience, right? But I don't mind, because it's for convenience, and sometimes you need something for convenience. I try to bring my own stuff when I go out, like own lunch and whatnot, so that I don't have to spend, but hey. I love seeing my supermarket being open on Sunday regardless. Oh, my phone ran out of battery. Fucking amazing. Cool. Time to put it on the charger. I'm like, why did my watch buzz? Oh, it lost connection with my phone. Oh, my phone is dead. Cool. I don't think not drinking is a sad thing. Like, my mom can't drink because she's an alcoholic. Like, So she doesn't want to have alcohol because she doesn't want to fall back into that. Like, mental health is important. Also, my supermarket opens at 12, Dove. So on Sunday, so it opens at 12 and closes at like 6, so it's very convenient times. The only downside of things being open on Sunday means that on Monday usually nothing is stocked up because no one wants to work the Monday shift. So don't do groceries on the Monday unless you want to run into stuff that Best Buy date is literally the same fucking day. There are some good non-alcoholic versions of the ciders we have here. So maybe if you ever come to visit, we will get some of those so that we can enjoy this together. There's Apple Bandit, which has a fox as its logo, so it's good. Surprise, it's Frey's favorite cider here. There's a fox on it. And I basically have found my favorite beer and it has a wolf on it. It's fucking fantastic. And it's like independent from it, but like it's we like it because it's good flavor, and then coincidentally it has our fucking Sona's species on it. And also Duff, I didn't used to drink until I lived together with Free, mostly because if I am drinking by myself, I would be drinking for the wrong reasons. I would just do it to get buzzed and to feel alcohol and to get drunk and stuff. Especially because both my parents are alcoholics and I'm predisposed to it, and ever since I started trying alcohol, I know that I enjoy the feeling of... I enjoy being drunk, and that's not a good thing, so I always avoid that sensation. I always do it for the flavor, and a little bit of a buzz is okay sometimes when you're with friends, because it loosens the lips and it makes you more sociable, but only 2 or 3 drinks at most. I have 2 days in the year where I am allowed to drink more than like 2 drinks. And that one of those is a holiday, and the other is is basically a free pass that we have assigned because Maya likes her alcohol and she likes to drink a lot sometimes, so she gets to have her fun twice a year, but under specific circumstances. I definitely ended my family's alcoholism. This car drives weird. I like this car, but also this car drives weird. It sounds weird too. Yeah, I also like the 0% stuff a lot because of that free. Although I have the problem of I enjoy the flavor of alcohol, so I can tell when something is alcohol free, so sometimes it doesn't say that desire, and I try to not, if that desire exists, I try to avoid alcohol, right? Because I don't want to. Because that's how you form an addiction. If you crave alcohol, you shouldn't have alcohol. I can hold drinks very well as well, though. I probably have that from my mom, who drank like a bottle of vodka every day and then would go to work the next day and would just be perfectly fine. Like, what the fuck? I'm glad she doesn't do that anymore. She stopped doing the vodka stuff because of me being... Well, because of marriage, because of wanting a baby and stuff. But then later on started getting back into alcohol when I was like a teenager, and so was my dad, and just, it was a mess. And my mom did wine after that, basically, and now it's like she actually sought help for it, and she's doing a lot better now. And I'm proud of her for putting in the effort to make things better for herself. Also, spending money on your co-workers, I don't necessarily hate it, but if it's associated with addiction, it's definitely bad, because then the spending also becomes part of the addiction. Generally speaking, some people spend too much money on other people. Oh. Bye, dude. The only person you should spend a lot of money on is me. Dove, I said spend on me, don't bet on me, Jesus. No gambling, only legit money. We are not on kick.com, we are not doing gambling here. Ah, I see, Dove. You have the 6 and a 7 of hearts. Yes, you guys are allowed to be upset at me for making that joke. It's a pun within a pun within a zoomer joke. Yeah. Fun, ain't it? Yeah, the car just fucking went into my space. Lovely. Oh well. I don't know how to feel about this car, but it's actually a viable car. 917 Living Legend. I have no idea what... It doesn't say a year, and it is a concept car, I think. So it's a concept race car, I think. And what's called is the 917 a living legend? Yeah, it's a concept car. So I will call it a concept car. And it had 3-star handling, it sucked. Oh, I clicked fucking away again. I love myself. I need to note down the times. How am I supposed to note down times if I'm not paying attention to my fucking thing? Go to my live stream. I'm competent, I swear. Level map 13, 15. Map 15, and there we have time. It was a 2440. Huh? 2440. 46. Dot 107. 107, 170. Not fucking English anymore. And that one was a 2-stopper. That's almost the same time as the fucking F35B. I need to run more tests. Cool. I love this. Getting more data. Data. Anyways. I'm gonna have to call it here because I need to make dinner. So I should make dinner. You know? So, I'm gonna go do that then. Thank you all for watching, even though it seemed like it wasn't the most engaging stream. Seemed like a lot of, doesn't pull in the same viewership as my other streams, but I enjoyed it because it gave me time to talk to people, it gave me time to experiment, and I will probably just continue doing this even though the viewership is lower, because that's okay. I get to be a nerd. So yeah, thank you all for watching and have a nice day.